The President, please be seated. The chamber is now in session. We will continue to hear the testimony of the witness Suh Thi. According to our hearing schedule, yesterday we started hearing the testimony of the witness Suh Thi, and this morning the chamber will continue. I noticed the presence of the civil party lawyers. Please wait until I finish my proceedings. The graphier, can you report on the attendance of the parties to the proceedings? The graphier, Mr. President, all parties to the proceedings are present. The witness Suh Thi is also present. KW15, who is scheduled to appear next, is also waiting to be called by the chamber. He has no relationship to any parties to the case. He has already taken an oath. The civil party lawyer, I notice your presence, so you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honors. I would like to make a short application related to the witness, Mr. Suh Thi. Can I do so, Mr. President?
The President, go ahead.
Thank you. Related to this witness, Mr. Suh Thi, civil party lawyers of Group 2 who represent civil parties who are directly concerned with the testimony of this witness would like to request for additional time in order to ask the witness specific questions related to two civil parties. The witness made the register. He conducted the prisoner lists, and in these prisoner lists, in different prisoner lists, the name of the father and the husband of two of our clients appears in these lists. To put specific questions to this witness is not possible to do this in the allocated time that civil parties have. For this witness, we have 40 minutes. The general questions to be put to this witness by all civil party groups do not allow us to put these specific questions to the witness. And in order to represent our clients appropriately and to be able to guarantee that their specific interests can be put to this witness, and this witness, who is the only witness who was working with the prisoner lists, therefore we request the chamber to allocate us for these specific questions additional time and in order to fulfill our professional duties. This is an exception that we request here, and as we have understood the Chamber, the allocated time for questioning witnesses is a general rule and which allows, of course, and under specific circumstances, exceptions. And in this light, we submit this application. I think we would need to specify it. I think we would need 20 additional minutes for questioning the witness on these specific issues. Thank you very much.
The President, once again, the Chamber maintains its position regarding the decision which has been already issued, particularly the time allocation for each party as it was issued and once again reiterated yesterday. However, the Chamber has also considered the possibility of the testimony of this witness, which may be related to several documents that need to be presented on the screen in the Chamber during the proceedings. Therefore, the decision to hear the testimony of this witness for 1 day after considerations amongst judges of the bench may extend to 1.5 days. And each party will be given the additional time as allocated for 1.5 day hearing of the witness. Therefore, the co-prosecutors will have 30 minutes for 1 day, and for 1.5 days they would have 45 minutes. For the civil party lawyers, in total would have 40 minutes for 1 day, and it increases to 60 minutes for 1.5 day. And for the defense counsel, they will have 60 minutes to hear the testimony, to question this witness. So the additional time allocation is proportionate to the time allocated for 1.5 day hearing of the witness, and it is granted through each party to the proceedings. And the civil party lawyers for the 4 groups need to discuss among yourselves to make an effective use of the additional 20 minutes granted for this particular witness, and tried to only focus on the main facts before the Chamber and not to ask repetitive questions or questions which are not related to the facts, which lead to the waste of time. The President. Now we will continue to hear the testimony of the witness. The AV officer, can you show a document with EA and in Khmer 0002134 on the screen? The President, what is going on now with the AV unit? Is it possible to have the document shown on the screen? The President, can you show the portions to the right? Going a bit to the top part. Mr. Suthi, can you please examine this document and tell us what type of document is it in relation to your work? Can you read the document, or you prefer to have it in hard copy? Suthi, I can read the document on screen. There is no need for a hard copy. The President, what can you tell us about this document? Is this the document as part of your work at S21? Response. This is not my document. It is possible that the document belongs to main section or the interrogation unit. I myself never write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 into the list in that order. The President, the AV officer, please remove the document and show another document with the EIN number. The EIN number is 00343200. The President, can you zoom out a little bit so we can see a better section of the document? The President, Mr. Suthi, can you examine the document? And can you tell us if this is one of the documents that you worked on at S21? Response. The format of the document is different from the format that I used. I did not know who made this document. It could be the interrogation unit who produced this document. The President, the AV unit, can you remove this document and replace it with another document with EAN 0021-084?
Il manque un chiffre à la cote ERN.
The President, again, the EAN is 00021084. The President, Suthi, can you examine this document and tell us the source of this document? Is this the type of documents that you worked on? Response. This format of document is the ones that I used. However, I actually worked on this document, but in the column miscellaneous, and the description under that was entered by somebody else. And I think, and this is my assumption, that only the interrogation unit can write comments under the column miscellaneous. And for me, for my part, I would write all the information in various other columns except the last column under the heading miscellaneous. The President, what about the handwriting notation, which means complete? Who wrote that? Response, it is not my handwriting. Judge Lavange, you take the floor.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, pour la clarté des débats, puisque
Mr. President, just to clarify matters, many of us do not read Khmer.
sommairement quel est le contenu
Is
de
it
chaque
possible
document
to
qui est
indicate a
écran?
summary
Il me semble que
of
pour le second
what
document, j'ai
of
cru
the documents
reconnaître
shown on
une
the
fiche
screen? Because I think that
biographie
the second
partie
document
civile
appears to
de
be
280.
a biography of a civil
Là, nous
party.
avons
I'm
une
referring
liste,
to D80.
semble-t-il, de prisonniers.
And it seems to
Est-ce
me
que
that it's a list of
c'est possible d'avoir
prisoners as
éventuellement
well
ne
here.
serait-ce que le titre
But
de la
could we
liste,
just have the title of the
et
list
ceci afin
at the very
d'enregistrement
least?
sur le transcript d'audience.
That way, the record will show what the document is in fact.
ថាឯកសារនឹងតកតងយ៉ាងម៉េចខ្លះដើម្បីឲ្យវាបញ្ជាក់ទៅលើចំណុចទាំងអស់នេះនៅក្នុងបតិចរិតគឺសូមឲ្យបញ្ជាក់ក្បាលចំណងជើង
The President, the title of this document is the General Staff Office. Due to the hundreds and thousands of documents, it is difficult to verify whether the documents were prepared and used by this witness or whether they were prepared and used by various other units. And it is also in order to compare his testimony to the testimonies of previous witnesses. The document of a biography of John Maid was prepared by S24 or the Re-Education Office at Brazil. And this witness referred to that office as S21D. So this is just to verify the document. The AV unit, please remove this document and replace it with a document with the EIN 0010630069. I repeat 00106369.
00106369.
បាទឯកសារនេះគឺមានចំណងជើងថាបញ្ជីរាយឈ្មោះអ្នកទោសដែលបាន
The President, the title of the document is the list of prisoners whose interrogations were postponed in January 77. Please move on to the second page.
លោកសុធីពិនិត្យមើលឯកសារ
Mr. Suthi, please examine this document with the said title and look at the second page of this document and the subsequent pages. The question is this the documents that you prepared and worked on at S21 or not? Response. I did not prepare this document. When it comes to the postponement of the interrogation, it exclusively belongs to the interrogation unit.
The President, the AV unit is instructed to remove the picture from the screen. Now, please put another document with ERN 0008 7036 on the screen, please.
036.
The President, this document is entitled The Incoming List of Prisoners dated 28th of April 1978. And the name appears here is Trương Thi Nhieng, aged 14, female, farmer, Vietnamese. Could you please scroll down? Mr. Suthi, could you please look at this document and can you recognize it, whether it is part of the S21 list regarding the entry of prisoners on April 1978? Response. It belonged to our unit. I did prepare this document. The President, could you please move on to the next document? This document bears the same template with the same content, except the different name of the prisoner. And this document bears ERN 00087037. The title is the same, the Incoming Prisoner List, dated 28th of April 1978. The prisoner named Tia Pal, aged 29, male, base people at Tapo Commune, Chantria District, Zone 243. Mr. Suthi, can you recognize this document? Response. I prepared this document too.
Établi ce document.
The President, the AV unit is advised to remove this document from the screen and please put on another document with ERN 00021273 through 00021274 on the screen, please.
Ce document à l'écran.
The President, please scroll down a little bit further. Can you recognize this document because its template is different from the previous documents, but your name appears on the piece of document. This document bears ER number 00021270, entitled "The List of People Who Entering S21," dated 24th of May 1978. The person who received them was T. So what do you think about this document? Response. This document was also prepared by me, but I would like to give further clarification to understand this. Through brother, the term used in this document on the second line. Normally, I received this document from Hui, not from other subordinates, because other people would not be allowed to go into S21. And this document was given to me through that person I said, and I did not receive it directly from the person who would have sent the document. Only Hui would be the one who brought it to me, and I only retyped the contents of the document according to the original copy. The President, please move to the next. Scroll down. Can we change to the next page, please? Mr. Suti, could you please look at this document with ERN 00021273 through 00021274. It is about the list of incoming prisoners dated on the 24th. On the same date in 1978, there were 29 prisoners. Ho was the person who sent them to the prison, and T was the person who received them. So could you please tell the court what do you think about this document? Response. As I already stated earlier on, I did not receive the documents directly from the person who delivered it. The list was given to me through Ho, and I only wrote down Ho's name on the list as the person who delivered the document. Actually, he was not the one who delivered it at the outset. And I basically received the letters from Hui, who was outside. I never personally or directly got it from the person who would be delivering it. The President, there are plenty of documents to be shown. We are not able to show all the documents, but we would like to ask you regarding this date of the document. Here, it dated 24th of May 1978, for example. And there were 5 times that such lists were sent along with prisoners. So in one occasion there were 4 or 5 or even 29 of prisoners. to be sent. So, can you tell the court whether you received receive prisoners 5 times a day? That's why you could write down the list or prepare such a list. 5 intakes. Response. It was obvious that prisoners were sent in on a regular basis from offices and from sectors. Sometimes there were fewer people being sent, sometimes there were more people being sent, and more frequently too. The President, thank you. The AV unit is instructed to switch to the normal view. Next question. Regarding the detainees at the Recorrection Center, Presaw, or you named it SAW 21D. Regarding the detainees who were detained at that prison, were you also involved in preparing the lists of those detainees? Response. Regarding the detainees detained at S24 prison, I was not involved because there was each document worker for each respective unit. I worked only under supervision of Peng, who was the chief of the interrogators, and I was the one who summarized the lists. The President. What happened to the detainees who were removed to be smashed, and those in particular at S21 S24 who were taken to be executed directly at the killing field? So what happened to their lists of names, for example? Response. I don't know much about the detainees at S24, but when detainees were sent to be detained at S21, they were under the control of the guards at this prison, and of course detainees would be taken out to be executed, as the President said. The President, so it suggests that you don't know much about the detainees who were taken to be executed at Chiang Ek. You were aware of the detainees who were taken from S21 to S24 and then returned to S21. Is that correct? Response. It is correct, Your Honor. President, yesterday you have spoken of the removal of detainees from their cells to be executed, and that there would be a list prepared also after those detainees were exterminated. and that Ho would also be in charge to bring back the list and have it handed to you to compile them so that the final list would be prepared and reported to the superior. In total, and to the best of your recollection, how many prisoners were smashed at Chiang Ai? Response. I don't know the exact numbers of mass killing at Chiang Ai. I was the only person who prepared the list, and I could not manage to even summarize the list on a monthly basis or annual basis. So I don't know much about the exact numbers of people killed at Chiang Ai. President, from the very outset, when you was assigned to prepare the list, incoming prisoners and outgoing prisoners, whether you had to verify the final list, and sometimes you only were informed of the list of people who had been smashed in order to compile the common lists of all the detainees at S21, including important prisoners and Western or foreign prisoners. The next question is, ultimately, before your group left S21, it was on the 6th or 7th of January 1979, the date which you left. Did you notice that some prisoners were left behind in the prison? If so, how many were they? Response. Regarding the detainees who would have been left behind on the 6th or 7th of January 1979, I think I have no idea, because all detainees had already been smashed before that date, except those who were detained at the special prison, and I had no idea how many of them were detained at those special prisons. The President, you were the document worker and you was the registrar, and that you had to prepare the lists of detainees who would then be taken to the empty cells or rooms, and later on you would go there to verify the names of the detainees who would have already been placed in those respective rooms or cells in order to make sure that you can communicate to your superior or to the guards or to the interrogators. The question is, during the time when you had to fulfill your task, because you told the court that you had to work 24 hours a day, So what was your impression regarding the treatment of those detainees, the treatments they received from the cadres of S21 while they were being detained at that vicinity? Can you please elaborate on this a little bit? Response. When I would go to verify the lists of the prisoners inside the prison cells, I did not pay great attention to their condition, although I knew that they suffered a great deal because most of them were very thin, and the majority of them was so skinny and malnourished, I may say, and there were not significant ventilation or air circulation inside the room. The President, had you observed that the prisoners sustained some kind of injury or wounds, and were they treated after all? Response. I did not fully care for that. The medics would be in charge to offer the medical treatment to them, and it was my business only to verify the list, and I had to rush back to my work. The President, could you please tell us about the situation, the moment when detainees would be walked to the gate to wait for the trucks before they would be taken to be smashed? So you said that detainees' names would be called again, and to make sure that whether any detainees was not accounted for example. So if the prisoners were weak and sick, what happened to them? Response. Before they boarded the trucks, the detainees were malnourished and they were blindfolded. But I did not give my great impression in relation to their physical condition or well-being, because I only paid attention to verifying their names, and I could only see that they were very weak by then. The President, to verify their names or against their biographies, for example, did you ever note that any detainee fell seriously ill, that he or she could not even tell you or help you to verify their biography before they were exterminated? Response. If the detainees were very thin, but I think they were very thin, but no one would become so ill that they could not assist me with the verification of their biographies. I could just ask them questions and they could respond. The President, what time would it be for detainees to be taken to be executed? Response. Normally, it took place at about 4 p.m. The President, so it is fair to say that at 4 p.m. the operation started. So when would it end?
À quelle heure cette procédure prenait-elle fin?
Response. The verification of the names of the detainees to be executed would not take long. It would take me about an hour or so. The President, what were the groups of people who took detainees to be executed, and how many were there in that group? Response. The people who took detainees to be executed, I don't think I can understand this because Ho would be in charge and Ho would know more about this. And Ho was the one who ordered such execution. And Ho ordered the special unit with Ta Mien or to Ping or to Sri. The President, which group was in charge of taking away the Vietnamese prisoners of war to be executed or taking them to be interrogated? Response. The interrogation of the Vietnamese prisoners were under the supervision and charge of Mom Nai alias Chan. President, during the time when you dealt with documents at S21, were you performing your task as your role in your role as a soldier or as an ordinary citizen or just normal staff? Response. I don't know for sure, but I can presume that I was doing the job of a soldier or military unit because the general staff was fully in charge of S21. The President, when you worked, did you wear soldier military uniform or you wore ordinary or civilian clothes? Response. During that time, we were not allowed to wear uniforms. We were given black clothes, and the guards were also wearing black clothes, not military uniforms. The President, were you wearing berets, like the cap used for revolutionary armies at that time? Response. People did not wear uniforms, no berets or caps. We only wore black clothes, that's all. The President, I have no further questions, and I don't know whether judges of the bench would like to put questions to this witness. Judge Silver Cartwright, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is, as the President has questioned you, that you had a very clear routine when you received incoming prisoners and and the manner in which you questioned them. Is that correct?
Response. The practice we used was like the way that I described.
So that the majority of incoming prisoners were brought straight to you from the trucks. You compiled their summary biographies. They were photographed, led to their cells by the guards, and you went and noted the cell number for each prisoner and then passed the details on to the interrogators. Was that your routine?
Response. That is my daily operation. Regarding other miscellaneous works, I did not really have many, except to stick the photograph onto the biographies.
There were, however, some prisoners who were not processed in this way. For example, foreigners and important prisoners were taken straight to the special prison without their biographies being taken by you and without being photographed. Is that correct?
Response. Regarding the senior prisoners, they were processed at the special prison.
And the lists of those special prisoners were made by Hoare, who gave them to you to put in your, to compile into your lists. Is that correct?
Response. That is correct.
And there was another group that was not processed in the same way, and you have confirmed this, that children were not recorded. Is that right?
Response. That is correct.
And I think yesterday that you estimated that between 1 and 200 children might have passed through S21. Is that right?
Response. Regarding the estimate of the children who were detained at S21, although the number is not clear, it is my presumption only, and indeed the children were detained at S21.
And children would come in with their parents in quite small numbers, maybe 3 or 4 at a time. Would that be right?
Response. That is correct.
And those children would be removed from their parents and put in another part of the prison from where you presumed they were taken to be killed. Is that right?
Response. When the children were detained, as they came along with their parents, I was not really sure whether they were separated and detained separately from their children, or they were detained together with their parents.
But the children would be in small groups, and you presumed they were taken at some stage to be killed.
Response. For the children who entered the prison, I was not sure how long they were detained until they were taken out. It's up to Ho to instruct Paint to remove them.
And did children go on the trucks at night with adults who were being taken away to be killed?
Response. Regarding the people who were taken to be killed, the children were not taken along with the adults.
Do you have any knowledge about how these children were taken away to be killed?
Response. I did not know regarding this matter. It was the duty that Ho assigns to Pain.
Were they perhaps killed around S21 itself? Do you know that?
Response. Regarding this matter, I am not completely sure because it did not involve with the list making, which was part of my duty. So I was not know when the children were taken out. It depends on when Ho ordered Pain to take them out.
Thank you. Now, could the AV unit put a document on the screen, please? 00006728. Can you scroll down to the bottom of that list, please? There is some handwriting at the bottom of that list. Can you read out what it says? Would you prefer someone else to read it out?
Response. I would like to clarify your question, Your Honor, because I do not yet understand your question.
Well, my assumption is that the Khmer there reads, in the handwriting, total prisoners, including 160 children, smashed by Brother Srey, are 178 persons, with a date 23 July 1997 and a signature Ho. Is that correct?
Response. That is Ho's signature.
Does it also speak of a total of 178 prisoners, including 160 children, having been killed?
Response. Regarding this matter, I did not see the children, the 160 children, and the making of this list was only for the 18 prisoners, according to the number of the prisoners on the list, and I did not know where the children were taken from, and I presumed it is written by Ho.
Well, another witness has suggested that this list of 160 children were children who came from Presor. I am simply trying to ask you if that is what the document says.
Response. This document actually confirms that, and let me clarify a bit further. Regarding the 160 children, I did not see them being detained at that location.
Well, my question to you is this. Is it possible that the small groups of children who arrived at S21 were taken to Presar, where later on, in a big group, they were killed in the manner indicated by this document?
Response. As I have just said, for the children, the 160 children, they were not sent to S21 office.
Thank you. Could you return the screen to the usual position, please? As children's names and numbers were not recorded by you, we can assume that the numbers of those killed at Chung Ek or at S21 are greater than the numbers that your documents show. Is that correct?
As I have just said, it was my conclusion, but I did not know the details unless I see the list.
Now, when it came to your routine for compiling execution lists, can I summarize it as follows? The accused would annotate the lists, saying which prisoners were to be killed. The lists then went to Ho, who gave them to you. Is that right?
Response. That is correct.
You then made a separate list of those to be executed, tallied the numbers, recorded the cell and building number, and then sent the execution list to Ho. Is that correct?
Response. That is correct.
When a final name check was made at the prison gate, you checked the names going onto the trucks against that list. Is that right?
Response. That is correct.
You worked very closely with Hor, did you not? In fact, you shared an office with him. Is that right?
Response. The office where I worked, it was Ho's office. He had a general supervision, and I worked on a list also in that document. The photographers also worked in that office.
You told the President a short time ago that the prisoners were very skinny and malnourished. Have you not also said to the co-investigating judges, some died of starvation and others were tortured to the point of death? Did you make those statements?
Response. Could you please repeat your question?
Did you tell the co-investigating judges that some prisoners died because of starvation and others were tortured to the point of death?
Response. That is correct.
We have heard evidence that says that 1978 in particular was a very busy year for S21. Is that how you recall it?
Response. That is correct.
From your observation point in Hor's office, did you ever see trucks arrive at S21 which had to be turned away because you could not fit them into the prison or had no time to process them?
Response. Regarding this matter, let me clarify it again. Could you please repeat your question?
Did you ever see trucks of prisoners arrive at S21 and be turned away because you could not fit any more prisoners in?
Response. For the prisoners who were transported in by vehicles, they were only transported by Ho's group because the drivers from outside were not authorized to drive into the compound.
You told the President earlier that you did not keep a list of the total of prisoners at S21 or those who were sent to be killed. Is that correct?
Response. I would like to confirm that for the general list, it did not include every name. However, toward late 1978 or early 1979, all the prisoners were taken out and killed, and those remained were those who were allowed to work. And there were some inside the special prison, but I did not know the exact number.
So the lists that have been found at S21 are not complete because you did not list every single name in them. Is that right?
Response. The list at S21 did not add all the total numbers, so the total number was not known. However, let me clarify a bit further on this matter. Although the grand total number was not calculated, or the number of the prisoners at the special prison, the names were sent by Ho to me to type into the list.
Finally, did you ever compile a list of all the staff at S21?
A response. Regarding the staff of the S21, the list of the S21 staff, I did not compile it because I was in the guard unit. I did not know whether the list of the cadres and staff working at S21 was ever compiled or not. Regarding the platoon and the company, Ho directly supervised both of them. So I did not know the total number of the combatants or cadres or staff working at S21 at all, because the list makers were assigned to respective unit. And previously for the guards unit, the list was under the supervision of, it's the interrogation unit, which was supervised by Main, and Main in charge of the list, of the general list for that section, as he used to do it in Division 703. So I would say the list of the combatants, the cadres, and the staff of S21 was under the supervision of Main. He would have the grand list. And to make it easier to understand, for the guard unit, it was not like in the wartime when people were injured or died in the battle. So because there was no war, then the cadres who actually supervised the list themselves would know the total number for their respective unit.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions, Mr. President.
The President. Now it is time for a break. The chamber will take a 17-minute break until 20 to 11, when we will resume to continue hearing the testimony of this witness. Court officer, can you provide necessary refreshments to the witness and bring him back at the set time? The hearing is adjourned. The graphy, all rise. with the EAN as requested by the Council.
Conformément à la cote citée par le Conseil.
Council, Mr. Suthi, this document is the biography of a prisoner named Julong Riang Say. Mrs. Julong Riang Say, in her biography, was a staff of a French radio station, and she is the daughter of Nyuk Julong. Did you know the biography of this prisoner? Response: regarding the biography of this prisoner, I am not totally clear, and the handwriting is not mine. Council, thank you. With the President's leave, I would like to have a document shown on the screen. The EAN number is 0008 88 13. The President, the AV official, please present the document on screen. The EAN number is as requested by the Council. Council, Mr. Suthi, this is a biography of a prisoner. The name is Lim Kim Marie. He's the husband of Julong Riang Say. He was arrested at the same time as his wife. He was the general director of the Cambodian Commercial Bank. Can you recognize his photo and whether you can recollect his biography? Response: as I have said, regarding the names and the photos of prisoners, I cannot remember every one of them. Council, thank you. With the President's leave, I would like to have another document shown. The EAN number is 0028 1254. The President, the AV officer, please project the document on the screen with the EAN number as requested by the Council.
Conformément à la cote ERN donnée par le Conseil.
Council. Mr. Suthi, this is a photograph of a victim at S21. However, the photo was not taken from S21. His name is Ukket. He worked at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the third secretary of the ministry. The question is, can you recognize this person's face? And if you can't, can you recognize the name if he was detained at that location? Response. As I have repeatedly said, I cannot recognize all the faces of the prisoners. I worked alone at the time, and I did not have time or bother to put names to the faces of the prisoners, so I cannot clearly recall it. Council, thank you. With the President's leave, I would like to have a document shown on the screen. The EIN number is 0028121430. The President, the AV unit, please show the document with the said EIN on the screen, as requested by the Council. Council, Mr. Suthi, this is the same document in relation to Mr. Ukket. The title of the document is Names of Prisoners Smashed on the 9th October 77. Mr. Ukket's name is on number 43. And on the list, his name was 31 years old, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he was a third secretary of the embassy. And the date of smashing is also mentioned on the document. The question is, did you make this document, or whether the document was made by any other persons from the other unit? Response. According to my recollection, the names of the prisoners which I prepare are not the same as this document, because in my documents the date of entry should be on the far left, not on the far right, as stated in this document. Council, the question is, why your group did not make this document and why made this document instead? Response. The documents that I made, I had one format to follow. It was almost the same, but after the column of the position, it was not the date of entry as stated in this document. Thank you, says the Council. So when the document was made by May, were those prisoners regarded as the important prisoners? Response. These prisoners were ordinary prisoners, not important. Thank you, says the Council. With the President's leave, I would like to show another document on the screen with the EN number 00281210 or E2/84.3. The President, the AV officer, can you show the document with the said EN number as requested by the Council on the screen? Council, please move to the bottom part. This document is related to the prisoners from the previous regime in the administration section, and under serial number 37, it's Mr. Okji, who was a member of the parliament, and he was arrested and sent to S21. It is said he was arrested in Sector 33, that is Kampong Speu, and his date of the arrest and his date of smashing were also mentioned. Did you prepare this document, or was it made by another group? Response. Regarding this document, my group did not make this document. From looking at the typed letters, they are not the typed writer's type of the letters that we used. Council, can you tell us which unit made this document and why this certain format was used? As it's also mentioned the date of entry and the date of smashing. What's the purpose of this document? Response. I am not really sure on the nature of this document because my group did not make this document. The format is different from the format that we used. Even the font used was different. I think from what I can say, this document seems to be printed from a printing house, so I cannot make any conclusion or draw any conclusion from this document. Thank you, says the Council. I would like to ask the next question regarding to the less important prisoners or the important prisoners. How they were registered in a particular list and detained in a particular room, or were they all detained in the same common room, or what was the process like? Response. For general prisoners, first, if the individual cells were available, they would be detained in those individual cells. However, if they were not vacant, then they would be placed in the common room. However, again, if they were taken to be interrogated, and after they were brought back, they would be placed in the individual cells. Council, my last question. From the time that you started serving S21 until the collapse of S21 by the Vietnamese troops, did you yourself ever commit any offense and were punished for that offense during the implementation of your duties there? Response. During that regime, frankly speaking, as I saw the arrest of the S21 staff, I tried my best and tried to avoid to make any mistake, especially during the times of the arrest of the S21 staff. Later on, the list maker was also arrested from the interrogation unit. I was fearful. And then Hui was arrested. And then I became even more fearful. So for every single task I was assigned to, I was very, very careful in not making any mistake. The President. Now I would like to give the floor to the Civil Party Lawyer Group 2. The time now is 10 to 2, and you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Susti. My name is Silke Stutzinski, and I'm lawyer for the civil parties for victims. I would like to put some questions to you. First question is, do you remember what was the longest duration of a prisoner in S21, longest duration of stay in S21 of a prisoner?
Response. I cannot say for sure regarding this matter. However, I can conclude that the longest a prisoner was detained was 2 months.
Have you ever experienced a case of a prisoner who has been imprisoned in Tuls Lang in S21 around 19 months? 19.
Response. For prisoners who might be detained up to 19 months, I am not really sure, and it is my conclusion none of them was detained up to that long, but it's possible that they might be detained outside.
Thank you. I come now to the lists that you have produced and the date of arrival that you have noted. Is it right to say that, as you did not want to make any mistake, that the date that you have noted was accurate, the date of the arrival?
Response. Regarding the date of entry was properly recorded as when they were arriving.
Mr. President, could the EAV unit please advise to show the document with the ERN number 00188853. This was already.
The President, the AV officer, can you show the document with the said EN number on the screen as requested by the Council.
You have already recognized that you have produced this document. If you look on the list and the arrival on 12th of December 1976, and there under number 9, we find a building H04 and a cell 18. Could you please describe what kind of cell this was?
Response. The date of entry 0418. I think the first alphabet was Joe, not Do. I think it refers to the building and the cell number. It's been so many years already, I cannot recollect it properly.
That means you do not remember where exactly and where this cell was and what kind of cell. Is this what you want to say?
Response. Let me say that, frankly speaking, I cannot recall it. To me, 04, because usually there would be a building, a common room, or individual cell. So I am not sure whether 04 really identifies the individual cell or the common room. I forget. But in general, yes, these numbers identifies the building or the room number.
Thank you, Mr. Susti. Of course, this is the title of this indicators. Do you remember the biography of Mr. Pung Ton that the prosecutor had already shown to you? Do you remember this biography?
Response. As I have said earlier, in the making of the list, it was only I alone who made it, and there were lots and lots of works, and I could not pay attention to every single individual. So I tried to complete the task for today, and next day I would start working on another task.
Sorry, I think you did not understand the question. Then I would like to ask the President to put again on to advise the AV to put again on the screen the document with the number 00188857.
The President, Council, can you read the EN number again of the documents that you wish to have it shown on the screen?
Yes, of course. This is the ERN 00188857.
The President AV officer, can you show the document with the EAN number 00188857 on the screen as requested by the Council for Civil Party Group 2?
Thank you. Mr. Susti, please look at this biography that you have already recognized that you have produced this biography. Could the AV scroll a little bit down? And there you find at the end the room, as far as I understand, where the prisoner, Mr. Pungton, was sent to. Is this right? I can read here room 3, hall 3, house 1. Is this where the detention took place, or as it seems to be the arrest, or what does it mean? Could you explain this part?
Response. It is actually the place where he could have been detained.
Did you produce this biography on the same, at the same occasion when you produced this prisoner or arrival list that I have shown you before? The arrival list for the 12th of December 1976. Were these both documents produced when Mr. Pungton arrived in your office?
Response. I think I would need you to please repeat your question.
I will do so. You see this biography, and I hope you remember the prisoner list that I have shown you before about the prisoners who arrived on 12th of December 76. And my question is now, were these documents, the biography and the prisoner list, were they produced together?
Response. The biography and the list of incoming detainees. The biography was prepared immediately when the detainees were being sent in, and there was another long list, and this could have been made after that long list was or had been completed.
I observed that the cell where the prisoner has been or was detained are different in both documents, in the biography and in the prisoner list. Could you explain why these cells are different?
Response. The rooms were different because the guards would reorganize where the detainees would be swabbed or would be moved to different rooms or locations, and I had to only record accordingly. All detainees were not supposed to be put in the same rooms at all time because the guards could remove them to different places within the vicinity, and every move would be well informed, and I had to be informed.
I see that my time is running out. However, I would like to inform the chamber that I wanted and intended to put before this witness the document number D25/5/7, and with the question to the witness if he acknowledged this list, and the document number D25/5/5 and the document number D25/5/13 and the document number ERN 00188858. Also a prisoner list where Mr. Pungton appears, and I would like to request that at least maybe the chamber put these questions then to the witness if he acknowledges these lists. And so far, I thank you, Mr. Sustay, for answering my question. Thank you.
The President, Civil Party Lawyers Group 1, you take the floor. We start from 6 past 2. Tisrina, Mr. President, Your Honors, good afternoon, Mr. Witness. My name is Tisrina, a national co-lawyer, and in our group we have Mr. Alang Wagner, who is part of the team to put questions. Before putting the questions, I would like to seek clarification in relation to the document in which you stated before the co-investigating judges on the 18th of October 2007, document D22/9 and under ERN 00162606 in Khmer. At that time, you was asked by the court officer, did they live or live or survive? And then you responded that you have no idea because when all the people from 703 were arrested, that other people were taken from arm's length to replace them. Do you remember stating this before the co-investigating judges? Response: I still remember that I did say so. Tisrina, do you know why almost everyone from 703 was arrested? Response: I am not quite sure I understand this because in reality people from 703 who at the beginning came to work at S21, and there were a lot of them. But later on, more and more disappeared, and we could see new faces who came to replace the old ones who had disappeared. And I'm answering to your question based on my observation, and I don't know in details. Tisrina, do you know who actually ordered the arrest of the Chief of Division 703? Response: the person who had the authority to make such arrest was at the level of Dutch, who could do so. Other people would not be entitled such privilege. Tisrina, do you know anything about the relationship between Ho and Dutch? Response: I am not sure I know much about this, but in reality, Ho was so fearful of Dutch, and I did not know more details about this. Tisrina, were all staff members of S21 afraid of Dutch, or it was only Ho alone who would be scared of Dutch? Response: frankly, and to the best of my honesty, I was so scared of my immediate supervisor, let alone Dutch. So even the cadres who worked with Dutch, they did not even call them by names. They just addressed them by using Brother East or Brother, and that's all. And it was the reality back then. Tisrina, I would like to refer to D61/1. This document is from the Documentation Center of Cambodia, in which you gave the interview to that organization on the 20th of October 2004. And it can be found under ERN number in Khmer 0052028. Again, correction, 00052028 in Khmer, and in English 00337987. In that document, you said Nat was afraid of Dutch, and then you responded that everyone. Yes, he was a division commander and he was kind of afraid of Dutch. That was just my personal observation of his attitude towards Dutch. As for Ho, he was deadly afraid of Tanat because the division commander was very senior to the battalion commanders. They were very different. The division commanders enjoyed a series of rights, including removing people. How should we be compared to Dutch when even Tanat was afraid of him? Each and every day, I always prayed not to be called on by Ho. Each of his calls meant something needed to be done or something was wrong. Do you remember having said this to the staff of the DC camp? Response: once again, I would like to reiterate that I have no idea of the relationship between Nat and Dutch, but I know that Ho and Dutch, that Ho was very afraid of Dutch. And the subordinates were so scared of the superior, and they were so frightened whenever they learned that they would be called by the superior, whatever task they would be assigned or whatever they would have been called for. At that time, were the names Ho and Ha used at the same time, and were they the same people, or was there just one person? Response: there was no named Ha, there was Ho. Tisrina, next question. You were also asked whether Ho or Pon had the right to make any arrest. Since you already responded to the question I were about to ask, I would like to proceed with another new one. You were asked whether you could confirm in relation to the removal or the purchase of the former staff from Division 703, and what were the reasons for their arrests. And you said, I'm not sure of that either. It was too difficult to know their affairs, and we were in different sections. For instance, if a prisoner had escaped, the guards would be arrested and tortured. The more they were tortured, the more they implicated others, and more arrests allowed. It was too complicated. Justice just could not be found. I'm not just saying that for the sake of saying it. I'm saying what I knew. Do you remember having said that? Response: yes, I do. Tisrina, when the guards were arrested, I mean the guards who allowed the prisoner to escape, and that later on they would be tortured, and in their confession they implicated others. Did these kind of things happen to only staff at S21 or other people too? Response: I don't know it for sure, but when a detainee escaped, the 3 guards in the building were arrested. And later on, another guard from the company was also arrested on the ground of that escape. Tisrina, this morning you indicated to Judge Lavench and the court in relation to the point you said you saw Dutch walking to the workshop where artists were working. Can you recollect when did that happen? Response. He went there and he would go there, but I don't forget, sorry, I don't remember the date for sure. Tisrina, when you saw him at that time, what was his character like? Was he happy? Was he worried? Or else? Could you please shed light on this a little bit? Response. Regarding the senior people who came to the location, I don't think I had anything to do with them, because when we saw their arrival, actually we were afraid. We only had to work harder and mindful of our business. Tisrina. When detainees at S21 had all been smashed, then staff members at S21 were free. During that time, were staff instructed to be prepared for any disaster or for any expected event, or were they told to go home, or were they told to prepare for newcomers? Can you please tell us on this? Response. When detainees had all been removed, we had received no further instructions. We had to remain in our location at our workplace, and we were not told to prepare anything at all. Tisrina, last question, please. Since you had started working at S21 from 1975 to 1979, what were the benefits or promotion you would have been given during that time from your superior? Thank you. Response. Since I had started working at the prison of Division 703 to S21 prison, the benefits or the interest I obtained from my work was almost zero, and in return what I obtained was the fearfulness, and I was being so fearful and frightened, and I was so afraid that one day I would commit a mistake and then I would also be arrested and killed. The President. Next, we would like to give the floor to the defense counsel to put questions to the witness. The floor is yours. You have 60 minutes to put questions. Mr. Kasawat, thank you, Mr. President, Your Honors, and the Chamber. Mr. Suthi, in the name of the list holder at S21, had you observed that the detainees at S21 been sent to S24 or Presor? Response. Detainees at S21 were never sent to the rice fields. As long as they were sent to S21, they would not be sent to the rice field. However, I would like to reserve my right to say that I only know something within the compound and what I've learned, because I knew that when they came, they could not be sent to another prison. Kasabot, thank you. At S21, as you said, there were no female medics. Is that correct? Response. It is true that at that location there were no female medics. Mr. Kasabot, thank you. Yesterday you indicated that there were medics who were assigned to treat detainees in each building. Do you still remember their names, the names of the medics? Response. At that time, I know for sure that there were two medics whom I known very well, although there could have been four of them, but I only have known Rin and Tri. Kasabot, thank you. You spoken of the detainees or the staff member of S21 who turned detainee and escaped. Do you still remember his name? Response. Of course I do. His name was Chai. Kasabot, thank you. Did S21 send the photo of that escapee to the base so that he would be rearrested? Response. I don't know. It was the business of my superior. Kasabot, thank you. You told the President yesterday that there were S21A, S21B, and S21D, and that you don't know S21C. Is that correct? Response. So far as I know, there were only S21A, B, and D, and I don't know whether there was S21C or where it would be located, because every one of us would be familiar with these three SAW or SAW S21 A, B, and D. The reason they put this code name was more convenient because S21A referred to the interrogation unit, and that B referred to the defense unit, and D referred to the rice field, so it saved time to say things short. Mr. Kasabot, thank you. With Mr. President's leave, can the question be put to the accused whether there was S21C? If there was, where would this location be located and what was its function? The President, your request is allowed, and the accused, please be ready to respond.
The accused. Mr. President, the presentation made by the upper echelon, they only referred to only one, S21. Regarding S21A, B, C, or D, during the time of my supervision, I did not pay particular attention to these details. I learned of these details only during the investigation. I also learned the new word S21, S22, S23, and S24. Through my research, I acknowledge that the personnel from the co-prosecutor office, Sambat, actually referred to the A, B, C, and D to the respective buildings at S21. So I think that was the invention made by Nat during his supervision. And I would say S21A referred to the location in Phnom Penh, the interrogation section. And for S21B, as said by Suthi, it was also referred to Phnom Penh location for the guard unit. And for S21C, and this is my conclusion, it refers to the vegetable plantation and farm in Ta Khmer, which was the legacy of the Division 703. And the S21D, that would be pre-saw at the rice fields. However, let me reiterate, the superior or the upper echelon only refer to this organization as S21. Kasavut, thank you. Let me now put more questions to Mr. Suthi. Did you know an event when a prisoner jumped from the upper floor to commit suicide? Response. Regarding the jumping of a prisoner from the building, I was not aware of it. And the reason is simply because I worked only in my office. Question. You said you never received any direct order from Dutch. Is this correct? Response. That is correct. Question. Did you ever go and meet Dutch personally? Was there any chance or occasion where you met him in person? Response. I am not really clear on this, but I think it rarely occurred. Question. On the 20th of October 2004, you provided an interview to the Documentation Center of Cambodia. Can you recall that? Response. Yes, I do. Kasavut, let me read an excerpt. A representative, Pan Sochia from the DC camp, asked you, and Dutch, who supervised the center, and did you meet him often? And you replied, no, I was in a separate office and everything was secretive at the time. And we, the guard unit, had no authority to ask, let alone the interrogators unit. Even during our lunch, we hate to eat in our own group. We cannot go and mix with another group during our meal time. Do you remember the statement that you made, and are you still standing by your statement? Response: Yes, I stand by my statement. Thank you, says Kasavut. You told the chamber that the general staff supervise S21 directly. Is that correct? Response: Regarding the supervision of the general staff over S21, I did not know it clearly, but I knew about how to process the list. That is, Ho instructed me to write the word S21 under the column General Staff. So I concluded that the General Staff directly supervised S21. Thank you, says Kasavut. What about the Central Committee? Did it directly supervise S21? Were you aware of that? Response: Regarding this matter, it was too high for me to know. Thank you, says Kasavut. Did you know if there was anybody who could order Dutch directly? Response: Regarding this matter, it's beyond my knowledge because it involves the upper and higher echelon. Because I personally knew that the topmost person was Dutch, who issued orders to everybody else, and I didn't know who else would issue order to him. Question: Did you ever see Son Sen visit S21? Response: I cannot recall a year, but the entire unit was called for a training at the political training school, and I saw him there. Son Sen was there at that political training school. Thank you, says Kasavut. This morning, you told the chamber that you worked at S21 at your office 24 hours a day. Did you know about an event where prisoners were tortured by having their feet hanged, and then the head was submerged into a water jar? Were you aware of that? Response: As I have said, I did not know this event. Because at my list-making office and that section, I worked alone and I did not wander around and I did not know about other people's duties. I only paid much attention to my work, not the attention on other people's work. Thank you, says Kasavut. So regarding the rope, which is still visible at the moment, did you ever see any prisoner being tortured by using that rope? Response: Frankly speaking, regarding the rope, I did not know when it was hung at that location. It was there, but I did not know. And I did not see any prisoner tortured at that location because the prisoners were detained in various rooms. Question.
Question.
So, did you observe, because from what I can say, your office was not far from where the rope was hung. If you opened the door, you would have seen the rope. Did you ever see anyone torturing any prisoner at that location with the rope during the time that you worked there? Response. As I have repeatedly said, if I saw something, I would say I saw it. And if I did not see it, I would say I did not see it. Thank you, says Kasabut. At S21, people were arrested and sent to S21, and if the husband or the wife was arrested, then their spouses would be arrested either at the same time or at a later time. Is this a fair assumption? Response. From my observation, in general, when they were sent from various other units, when the husbands were arrested, the wives would be sent along. Thank you, says Kasabut. Just a little bit before that, you told the council, Tisrina, that the person who had the authority to order the arrest was only Dutch. Did you know that Dutch ordered the arrest by himself, or he followed the orders from upper echelon? Response. Regarding this matter, I am not clear. What I am clear on is that at S21, it was Dutch who was the top, the highest person, and every single decision had to be made by him at S21. Thank you, says Kasabut. Mr. Suthi, the majority of your work was to verify the names of the prisoners to be smashed. And you had to check and verify their names before they were taken out. Is this a fair assumption? Response. That is true. Question. Did you like your work? Response. Regarding my work, I did not like it even a bit. But if I was assigned to do it, anybody dare to object it? No. So I had to do it, as I was ordered to do it. But I did not like that work at all. Thank you, says Kasabut. If you disliked your work, why you did not leave that work? Response. In general, why, if somebody dislikes a job and doesn't move on, during that regime, where would you want me to go? If I was absent for 5 minutes, then I would be noted. At that time, there was no houses, no private citizens. There were only cooperatives. And if I were to go to the cooperative, then I would have been arrested there. So I had just to force myself to do the assigned task. Even if I tried to escape, there was nowhere for me to go to. There was nowhere to stay. To the cooperative, they would know, and I would be rearrested. Question. Can you say whether all the staff at S21 dislike their job, but they had nowhere else to go? Is this a fair assumption? questioned during the 3 years, 8 months, and 20 days. How scared were you?
Pendant ces 3 ans,
ក្នុងរបបខ្មែរក្រហម
During the 3-year, 8-month, 20-day period of the Khmer Rouge regime, from the time I came to work at the S21 office at Tu Slang, fear always was with me. Because of the experience that I saw, the arrest of those people, and once they were arrested, they would be killed. President, I noticed Alang Werner on his feet. You may proceed.
I apologize for interrupting, Your Honor. We did not get in the English channel an answer to the question before whether or not other staff of S21 did like that job. We didn't get any answer in English. Thank you.
Si le personnel de S21 aimait ou n'aimait pas le travail à S21.
The President, Defense Counsel, can you ask the question again? As the civil party lawyers did not get the answer from the witness. So just ask this one question, then we would take a break. Kasabut, Mr. Suthi, can you tell us whether you knew that all the staff and cadres at S21 disliked their regime at the time? Response. The S21 staff disliked their regime at the time, and that is true. The President, we will take a break. There are some pending issues. There was a submission from Stutsunsky, the council, who requested the chamber, and it is my understanding that the two decisions the chamber made yesterday were thought not to cover the submission. And because of the unclear submission made by Stutsunsky, I would like Judge Cartwright to verify and confirm the submission. Judge Cartwright, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Studinsky, simply to have some clarification, please. The first document to which you referred, D25/5/5 in the English, is a prisoner list in which the name Pungut Suntari appears. However, in the French and Khmer versions of the same document, at least in the French and Khmer versions of the same document number, the document appears to be a biography of the same gentleman. So for clarification purposes, which document do you refer to before we give a decision, of course, on the overall submission?
Yes, thank you for your question. I made the same observation that is different in different languages, and the English document could be found in D25/5/12. This seems to be the same prisoner list.
However, do you refer to the prisoner list or to the biography or both?
I refer to the prisoner list, and this was now the English document, and the Khmer is the ERN 00188877 through 78.
The second question I ask is your intention in making the application. You will recall the decision yesterday that indicated that the trial chamber would not put unasked questions at the request of civil parties. Of course, the trial chamber will retain a discretion in this regard, but certainly not as a matter of routine. Do you seek to have these documents before the chamber in order for the chamber ultimately to decide what weight to place on them?
Yes, that is correct. I would like to that these documents are to be put before the chamber, and so that the chamber can take a decision on it and use their discretion.
Finally, in D25/5/5, there is a reference against the name that you are concerned with. Are you asking that the chamber clarify that reference? You will recall in the execution date column that the date is given, but in some cases, details of the status of the person concerned is listed instead.
Concerning this prisoner list, which appears under D25/5/5 and as well under /12 in the English version, there first one question is if this list was fabricated by the witness, and then we find under the item execution date concerning Mr. Pungton the remark pause, suspend. And to elaborate on this, who did fill in these words, or what did it mean, and so on. That was the purpose of this.
Thank you. When you use the word in English, fabricate, I presume you mean, did this witness write these lists, not make them up? Thank you.
The President, it is time for a short break. The chamber will have a 20 minutes break. We will resume at 3:20, says the President. Court officer, provide necessary facility to the witness and bring him back before the set time. The hearing is now adjourned. Graphy, all rise.
President, please be seated. The court is now back in session. Judges of the bench, if you would wish to put questions to the witness, the floor is yours. Judge Lavenge, you take the floor.
Oui, Monsieur Siosti.
Judge Lavergne. Yes, Mr. Siosti, I am Judge Lavergne, and I have a few questions to put to you. You explained to us how you were working, and you explained to us how you compiled the prisoners' lists who were coming in and who were also leaving. And I would like you to tell me if you, beyond this task, if you had specific responsibilities involving the archiving of the documents at S21, and in particular, if they were individual files that were compiled for each prisoner.
Response. I was not in charge of altering the format of the list of detainees other than those forms I had been used to do.
Judge Lavergne, maybe there is a problem of translation here. What I'm asking you is that beyond the prisoner list that we spoke about, were there for each detainee, was there an individual file for each prisoner in which there was, for example, the confessions or other information that was specific to the prisoner in question?
Et est-ce que vous avez en charge la gestion de ces
And were you in charge of managing these documents?
Response. I did not perform other tasks or keep other documents of detainees other than the lists of detainees I managed, except taking their names of the parents, where they came from, for example, the original units they came from, and there were no individual lists of each detainee.
Judge Lavergne, so therefore you never had to process confessions regarding certain prisoners with the annotations that were added to these documents. You never had to deal with these documents? You never checked these documents?
Response. Regarding the detainees' documents, I don't think I had done any other tasks other than the task I was assigned to compile their lists, and I did not deal with the documents given by the interrogators.
Judge Lavergne, so according to you, who was in charge of archiving these documents, and where were these documents stored?
Respond. the interrogation unit would be well in charge of these combined lists chaired by Peng, but Peng was later on arrested.
Judge Lavergne, among the very high amount of documents that were found at the current premises of the Genocide Museum, there are documents that seem to be coming from S24 that you also referred to as S21D. When you were working, did you also have to process lists of prisoners coming from S24? Did you know if they were specific decisions that were taken to centralize these documents at S21?
Response. As I indicated earlier on, regarding the lists of prisoners at S21, they were not collected and compiled by me. Only Peng, who was in charge of overall list of S21, was in full control of the list of detainees from S24 too.
Judge Lavergne, but all of the lists that you were compiling, the biographies that you would compile, did you save them in a specific place, or were they given to the interrogators? What happened to them in reality? Were you in charge of storing these lists?
Response. Could you please rephrase your question, because I'm afraid I may not understand it yet.
Judge Lavergne, I am speaking about the lists that you were compiling, the lists of the incoming and outgoing prisoners who were being brought to be executed, or I'm speaking also about the biographies that you would also compile when the prisoners arrived, and to which you added the photographs. The question that I'm putting to you is that were you in charge of saving these documents? Or concretely speaking, where were these documents saved? And who was in charge of saving these documents?
Response. There were two kinds of documents. Even the biography could be made in two copies. A copy would be stored at the defense section, and that Meng would be in charge of storing them.
Judge Lavergne, and the other documents and the lists, who kept the lists? Were the lists in your office? Were they in another room?
Response. S21 documents were all kept at Meng's location, and it was located at the place where I worked back then, the place where document would have been stored.
Judge Lavergne, so it was in the same place. So you were sharing this room with Meng and with other people, and in this very same room, all of the documents from S21 were kept. Is that what we must understand?
Response. Regarding the documents processed by Ming's control, they would be stored outside. But the detainees' lists of S21 would be stored inside. I would like to also emphasize that Ming's office stored all kinds of documents from the interrogators and the overall lists of S21 and other lists, and it was kept outside.
Judge Lavergne, when the prisoners arrived at S21, were some of them allowed to carry with them objects, valuable objects, or let's say sensitive objects, and were these objects confiscated? Were there lists that were compiled of these confiscated objects?
Response. Normally, detainees who were sent to the main prison had been arrested from outside and were arrested in different parts of the country, and they did not carry with them any objects.
Judge Lavergne, so no prisoner came to S21 with, let's say, a watch or any kind of personal jewelry or any kind of sentimental object. This never happened, according to you?
Response. Detainees who were sent to my location would be stripped to their underpants, and no belongings were allowed to be carried with them at all.
Judge Lavergne, and if they were personal jewels, what happened to them? What happened to these objects?
Response. Since I started working to compile lists, detainees would not have been arrested from within S21. They had been arrested from the outside, and that they were not allowed to bring with them any items other than their clothes.
Question. You worked at S21 since practically the start and practically until the end of. Do you remember Him Hui, the person who was in charge of the special unit?
Response. Yes, I do remember him.
Question. Do you remember if Him Hui in 1978, do you remember Him Hui in, if he had to leave S21 in 1978, or if according to what you remember, he stayed there until the end?
Response. I don't remember it clearly. Hui worked outside, and by the end of 1978, I did not Si Hoi returned to the prison because there were less prisoners coming in by late 1978, and I did not see him back.
Question. What relationship did you have with the accused? Did the accused often visit you at your office? Did he monitor or supervise the preparation of the lists? What can you tell us about that?
Response regarding the accused. The contact was made through the chain of command. I was not contacted directly. The contact had to go through Ho because we were in different units. And regarding the instructions would be given to Ho, and Ho would subsequently provide the instructions to us.
Question. Did you have an opportunity to see the accused within or inside the buildings of the S21 complex? Did you see him when you were in your office? Did you see him enter any of the S21 buildings?
Response. I sometimes saw him visiting the compound, and most of the time he would go to the workshop, where the painter worked, and to meet with Ho. I did not know whether he went to visit the rooms in those buildings. I had no duty to watch out for him.
Question. So what you're telling us is that you saw him inside the S21 buildings in other places apart from the painters and sculptors' workshop. Is that correct?
Response. Most of the time, I only saw him at the painting and the sculpture workshop. And also, I saw him when he met with Ho while he was sitting in the front at the house opposite the compound.
Devant la maison qui se trouvait en face du complexe.
Question. Did you see him elsewhere in S21?
Response. Besides that, I also saw him sometimes at the common dining hall.
Question. In your view, was the arrival of the Vietnamese troops a great surprise, or had this been the subject of discussions amongst the personnel and amongst your superiors?
Response. Regarding the Vietnamese prisoners, I did not know anything about them. I only registered the names of the list of the prisoners who were brought in. That's all.
Les noms des prisonniers qui étaient amenés.
Question. That is not exactly what I asked you. I'm asking you about the arrival of Vietnamese troops on the 7th of January 1979. Was the arrival of these troops in Phnom Penh a surprise to you, or had this been the subject of discussions? In particular, had measures been considered to, for instance, destroy part of the archives, or perhaps the archives or records were destroyed before the Vietnamese troops arrived?
Response. Regarding the arrival of the Vietnamese troops in 1979 in Phnom Penh, we did not know it in advance. We did not know where the Vietnamese troops reached yet. We were like living in the dark. We didn't know anything about the outside situation. And there was no plan to destroy any document.
Judge Lavergne, thank you. Mr. President, I have no further questions for this witness.
The President. Next, the Chamber would like to give the floor to the co-prosecutors to put questions to the witness. The co-prosecutors have 45 minutes. Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Suthi. Question. Yesterday, you already told the chamber that you were in the guard unit of S21 office in charge of administrating the list. The question is, in your guard unit, how many members, and whether Kuksra was one of the members of the group of the unit? Response. Regarding the guard unit, I did not know the total number of the people in that unit. And for Kuksra, says the witness, from that time until today, I personally have never heard that name or that he worked in the guard unit. But through his testimony, he said that he was a guard in the guard unit. But I personally did not know him. Thank you, Mr. Suthi. Second question. Yesterday, you also told the chamber that in each building there was a medic on standby. Can you recall if there was a medic, a name of a medic, or any female medic working in S21? And if also you can recall the name of the head of the medical unit? Response. For the medics working in S21, from my recollection, although I am not certain, there were 2 medics, but in fact there were 4 medics, but I could only remember 2. And they were Rin and Tri. These 2 medics, Rin and Tri, was under the supervision of various chiefs, but the chief was arrested and then replaced by another medic, and after Rin and Tri were arrested, then there were only some teenager medics from Om Lang, because the forces in the medical unit from 703 Division were all arrested. In general, in S21, in the medical unit, although I am not 100% certain, there was no female medic. Thank you. So is the co-prosecutor. My third question. In the reenactment dated 27 February 2008 with EAN 00181328, the 86/16, you said Building A was for important or special prisoners or the important cadres. Are you still standing by your statement? Response. As I have said, for Building A, it was used for the detention of the special prisoners. It was also known as a special prison because later on all those special prisoners who were detained at various houses outside were gathered and put into that Building A. However, before that, it was used to detain ordinary prisoners. And in Building A, there were no individual cells. There were only common rooms. Thank you, Suthi. Says the co-prosecutor. In the record dated 27 of March 2008, 0018 1395, which is the D48-2, photo number 34. In that photo, did you really indicate that the person in the photo was the one who died in the detention room? Mr. President, with your leave, I would like to have the photo 34 shown on the screen. It's from document D48-2. President, the AV unit, can you show the photo on the screen as requested by the co-prosecutor? Co-prosecutor, the ABA unit, could you please link to the computer of the co-prosecutor? This is the photo as you stated in the statement, in your statement. And according to your statement, are you still standing by the statement that you made in that document? Response. As I have said, the prisoner who died, I did not witness it personally, because for the prisoners who were sick and died, they will be taken care of by the medical unit, and I only registered the names into the list. Co-prosecutor, thank you. My next question is, the prisoners who died at S21, did they die due to the sickness, starvation, or as a result of torture? Response. The report on the prisoner who died was made by the medical unit as they died from sickness. So I could not make a clear conclusion on that. Whether they died as a result of torture in addition to the insufficient food could be the result of their death. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. On the 24th of February 2008, in the accused interview statement, the 4200159560, it reads, for the killing on the 30th of May 1978, I want to confirm that Ho instructed Peng, the chief of the guard unit, before his departure. However, because Suthi was in charge of the list and the documents of the statistic did not agree, Suthi demanded for a written notation from me, and that's why I signed on that document. With the President's leave, I would like the AV unit to show the document 00159571. The President, the AV unit, could you please project the document on the screen as requested by the co-prosecutor? The co-prosecutor, the question is, did you actually request Peng to get the approval and the signature from Dutch? Response. Regarding this annotation, it is not my handwriting. I had no authority to request for any approval. This is Dutch handwriting. Thank you. Yes, indeed, it is Dutch handwriting, but in his statement, he said there was a request from you for such annotation, and that's the reason that he made annotation to paint, to smash them into pieces. And that is the annotation of Dutch. And he stated so in his statement that you requested paint for Dutch annotation. And the question is, did you actually request for his annotation? Response. I had no right to ask for his annotation or any annotation because everything was up to Ho to decide or to make request. I personally had no authority to have any contact with Dutch directly. Question. In general, when prisoners were taken to be killed, did Payne's group, including Pong and Hum Hoi, had to have prior approval and authorization from Dutch before the prisoners could be taken out? Response. In general and in principle, for the prisoners to be taken out or in, there had to be an authorization from Dutch, who was the chairman of S21. Everything had to be done through him and with his authorization. Question. When you verify the list of the prisoners and the total numbers of the prisoners when they were taken to be killed, did you ever see Dutch, the accused here, to stand and give order on the spot? Response. Regarding the verification of the prisoners to be taken out, in general, Dutch did not stay there and ordered. It was the exclusive duties of the guard unit. When there was an order for the prisoners to be taken out, we had to make sure that the number was correct, otherwise we would be responsible for it. Question. In the statement of the interview dated the 29th February 2008 of the accused Kangek Eve alias Dutch with the ERN 00166588 D54, in that statement, Judge Marcel Lemong asked you, Suti, are you still standing by the statements that you made on the 18th of October 2007 regarding the drawing of blood and that the names were included in the list of the prisoners to be smashed? And in your response, at ERN 2604, do you still confirm the statement that you made in that interview? Response. Regarding the statement that I made previously, I acknowledge the fact of the drawing of blood. Ho instructed me to write down the names of the prisoners whose death was drawn in the list of the prisoners to be smashed. The medical unit would request it to Ho, and Ho would request to Dutch for the authorization before the prisoners were taken to have their blood drawn. Question. With the President's leave, I would like to show a document with the EN 00177943. The President, the AV unit, could you show the document on the screen with EN 00177943?
J'aimerais que le document suivant soit affiché par le truchement de l'équipe audiovisuelle 0017 79 43.
Co-prosecutor, Mr. Suthi, do you recognize the biography that you made on a prisoner named Phung Ton? Response. Regarding this biography, I did make it for the prisoner named Phung Ton. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. Can you recall the fate of this prisoner, whether he died due to sickness or whether he was taken out to be killed in Chiang Ai or in any other location within the vicinity of S21? Response. As I have said, the prisoners in general, I would not be in a position to know the detail of the fate of each prisoner, as whether they died due to sickness or they were taken to be killed. Thank you. My last question. The AV unit, can you show the document 0018 8853 on the screen? The President, can you show the document 00 with the EIN as requested by the co-prosecutor? The question is for the prisoners entered on the 12th of December 76. Did you make this list? And Phung Ton was mentioned in this document. Response. As I have said, I made this list, but for my recollection on every prisoner, I would not be able to recall it. Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Suthi, for answering my questions. Next, I would like to give the floor to my colleague.
Mr. Suthi, you are in the business of collecting statistics. Can you tell this court what was the total strength of prisoners at one time in S21?
Response. As I have said, the total number of the prisoners would not be able to calculate annually or monthly because we were busy just trying to keep up with what we were assigned to do.
Let me rephrase my question. At one time, what would be the maximum capacity that S21 can hold of the prisoners?
A response. At S21, the capacity to hold the prisoners was uncertain. But whenever the prisoners were brought in, then they would be detained in those rooms or individual cells. So I could not make any conclusion on the total number of the prisoners at any given time.
Did it happen sometime that S21 was full to capacity and you had no place to keep the prisoners?
Response. S21 could detain prisoners because the prisoners kept coming in and going out. It was never filled.
You told this court today and yesterday that photographs were taken when prisoners were brought in. Was that the only time photograph was taken of the prisoners, or photographs could be taken at some other times?
Response. Regarding the photographing of the prisoners, they would only be photographed at that time. However, for the special prisoners, then Ho would order the photographer to take their photos in their detention room.
In particular, were photographs taken when prisoners had died?
Response. Could you please repeat the question? You referring to the deceased detainees who died of disease or by starvation?
Whenever prisoners would die, whatever may be the cause, were photographs taken of the dead prisoners?
Response. I would like to reiterate that I don't know, or I don't remember seeing any dead detainees being photographed.
With your permission, Mr. President, can I request the AV unit to project this collection of photographs, P00005342. Thank you.
The President, the AV unit is now instructed to put this document up on the screen as requested.
Mr. Susti, can you recognize these photographs? Were they taken at S21?
Response. I don't remember having seen these photographs. I think only the photographers who would be able to shed light on these photos.
The photographers sat in your own room, didn't they?
Response. The location of the photography place was close to my location, but I'm sure these photographs could not have been taken next to the place where I worked.
With your permission, Mr. President, can I direct a question to the accused as to whether does he recognize these photographs and if at all they were taken at S21?
The President, the request is granted, and the accused, please respond to the question. The accused, Mr. President, the photos of the dead prisoners regardless of how they died. I only accept the photos of the important cadres whose picture had to be taken by order of the superior. For example, the photographs of Bon Wade, Chai Kum Ho, and the photo of Lee Pal, alias Pal, who was exhumed from the grave, and his photo would have been taken 3 days after his dead body was buried.
Can he recognize these photographs on the monitor, and can he confirm if these photographs may have been of those important cadres or some of them?
Response. The important cadres whose names have already been included in my previous statement, I recognize their names and faces, and I don't remember knowing any names here shown in these photographs.
Your Honor, my next questions are now to the witness. Mr. Susti, you told the investigators of the co-investigating judges that prisoners in S21 came from all over the country. You also told this morning that they came from various sectors and divisions. Can you confirm that for the court?
Response. Yes, I do confirm that prisoners were coming from different parts of the country, offices, sectors, and zones.
You also told the investigators of the co-investigating judges that Son Sen appeared at an S21 meeting and he was introduced as a commanding officer. Can you confirm that, please?
Response. I did not pay attention to who visited the premises. Actually, Son Sen came to the Dutch house, a location where political session would be conducted, not to the premises of S21.
And what happened in that meeting, and was the accused present at that time?
Response. I think it was not a meeting, it was a normal study sessions for S21 staff members. So when the superior came, so the accused must have come.
You also told the co-investigating judges, investigators, that children were separated from their parents and they were sent to be killed within 2 days. Can you confirm that, please?
Response. Regarding the children who were sent to S21, the period of time when they had to be taken away to be smashed varied, and I am not quite familiar with it because it was not under my jurisdiction.
You told the court this morning that important prisoners were directly taken to the special prison. Can you then confirm that their biographies were not taken and they were not photographed?
Response. Regarding the important detainees and their biographies, I did not remember having obtained any. We only recorded the names and their roles. And regarding other previous important detainees, we never had their biographies because the biographies could have been prepared or made earlier already.
You told the court, and Mr. President, this would be my last or second last question. You told the court that you very closely interacted with the interrogation unit. Can you tell the court what was the time between when the interrogation of a prisoner was complete and that prisoner was sent to S20 to Chong Aik for smashing?
Response. For me and the interrogation team, I was not closely interacted. They only came to get the names of the detainees from me so that they could take them to be interrogated. And when the interrogation ended, I did not know, and I was not assigned to know the methods of interrogation. And when they came to me to ask for the names or the list, then they only asked for the names and the room numbers of each respective detainees.
You also told the court that Vietnamese prisoners of war were brought to S21. When do you think Vietnamese prisoners of war were brought to S21, and what may have been their numbers?
Response. As I stated earlier, Vietnamese prisoners of war came on an irregular basis, actually, because other detainees would be well recorded, but I don't really know for sure as to how many Vietnamese prisoners of war may have been arrested and sent to S21. I only had to make sure that I could fulfill my task completely by the end of the day.
Vietnamese prisoners of war may have come in 76, some may have come in 77, some may have come in 78. Is that correct?
Response. There were no Vietnamese prisoners of war in 1976 or 1977. Only when the conflicts started, then we saw them.
Mr. President, my questions are over, but for the purposes of the record, I may submit that the statement given by this witness before the co-investigating judges, the statement given by this witness before the co-prosecutors may deem to have been read into evidence so that it can be used at the time of judgment. Thank you very much.
The President, next, it is opportunity for the civil party lawyers to put questions to the witness. Each group is having 15 minutes. Hong Kum Soon, thank you, Mr. President, and Your Honors. Good morning, Mr. Suh Thi. I'm Hong Kum Soon. I'm representing Civil Parties Group 4. I have a few questions. First, could you please clarify for us a little bit? You said the last day, on the 6th of January 1979, there were some prisoners in the special prison and outside the S21 complex. Could you tell us how you knew there were prisoners left? Response. I would like to confirm that the detainees who were outside could have been remained because I was not in charge of preparing or making their lists. And I knew this because in the list of prisoners to be taken out, to be executed, the list only included those who were detained inside S21 compound, not those who were outside. Mr. Kum Soon, so apart from the outgoing list, the list of prisoners to be smashed, that the detainees detained outside S21 would not be included in the list, and that made you believe that they could remain. Is that correct? Response, it's correct. Mr. Kum Soon, thank you. In the record of the interview before the co-investigating judges, you indicated that in the lists of the staff member of S21, currently known as Tuol Slang Prison, the list classified into 3 groups, S21, S21A, and S21B, and S21D. S21A was for the interrogation unit under the supervision of Dutch, S21B for the guards under supervision of Him Hui, and S21D for under supervision of Hui Srai for rice farming purposes. And the President already put this question to you, but I need your clarification regarding these 3 groups of staff. Apart from these lists, were there any other lists given to you to compile? Response. Regarding these 3 major groups and their lists were not compiled by me. The guard unit was responsible to report to the interrogation unit, and Meng was in charge. Mr. Kum Soon, thank you. So the 18 groups divided from these 3 main groups, were you aware of the list and how the list was prepared? Response. As I already stated, regarding the list of the cadres, there could have been more cadres and more lists before that. And there could have been 18 groups of them, and they were not solely the staff of S21, except the guard unit, which comprised of 18 groups. Mr. Kumsun, thank you. I may proceed further. You said that when detainees were being loaded to be executed, and in such process you were assigned to verify their names, the lists of names. Could you tell us a little bit more how the process could have been done? And you said the detainees were thin and that they were not too ill to respond to your questions. Could you compare or give us the physical appearance comparison when you saw them when they came in, and then by the time when they were taken out to be executed? What were the difference? Response. I don't think I understand your question clearly. Could you please make it brief? Mr. Kumsun, I am now briefing it. You said you were assigned to process the verification of the names of detainees to be taken away to be executed, and that each detainee who went into S21 had to have their photograph taken. And of course, by the end, you had to verify their names, and their biography could consist of a photograph, the photograph which had been taken from the very beginning. And then you said the detainees were thick and thin. So could you tell us the different appearance, the people in the photo and the people you saw at the last minute? Response. To verify the detainees against their photographs taken when they arrived, in reality, we did not verify their appearance. We only verified their names and roles, for example, where they came from, and that's it. We did not really care whether they were thick or thin. Mr. Kumsun, thank you. Regarding another point in your statement before the co-investigating judges, in relation to the detainees who fell very sick and that they were tortured to death. So do you maintain or still confirm your statement? Response. I still recognize it, and it is confirmed. Mr. Kumsun, thank you. In the same interview, you said you had been working as the document worker since Nat was the chairperson at the security office near the central market, and you said that detainees would never be released. Do you still stand by your statement? Response. Since I started working at S21 office with Dutch, and while since I worked with Nat, I never confirmed any release of any detainee. But during the time when Nat was in charge, there were no removal of detainees to be smashed yet. Mr. Kumsun, I would like to give reference to this document under E21.1 concerning the analysis of the statement of the survivors with ERN 002889997. And point 20 regarding Susti's statement is quoted from this particular statement with the above ERN number. The next question, please. In the same statement, you stated that the important detainees who fell ill had to be sent straight to Dutch. Do you confirm this statement now? Response. Regarding the important detainees and who were ill, Dutch would order to Ho to assign medics to give treatment to them. Thank you, said Mr. Hong Kum Suan. The next question, please. In relation to the cadre at S21, do you still remember your statement in the same document, the same ERN? There were no less than 100 people who were arrested and smashed. So do you confirm this statement now? Response. Regarding the list of member of staff at S21, I still confirm the statement and I stand by it. Mr. Kum Soon, the last question. Do you still remember the torture inflicted on detainees to death? How many detainees could have been killed by such tortures? Response. I don't know for sure. The detainees who died in the buildings would have been reported by the medics as sick detainees. So when they died in the buildings, it is not necessarily a view that they died of torture, so they could have died of illness. Mr. Hong Kum Soon, thank you. I would like to confirm the ERN number again. It's this ERN number 00288997. Thank you, Mr. Susti, for your responses. The President, we note the co-prosecutor would wish to address the court. The National Co-Prosecutor would like to put an observation. Yesterday, there was a projection of the document regarding this map, and the prosecutor, with the leave of Mr. President, instruct Mr. Suh Thi to point out that particular location he worked in, and that the document be put in the case file, please. And I asked Mr. Suh Thi in relation to the detainee Peng Ton, who was registered by him. I would like this document to also be confirmed by him and put in the case file. Another one, he also confirmed regarding document 00188853, and I would like him to also give a thumbprint to prove that he produced these documents personally and directly. The President, the request by the co-prosecutor is sustained. So it should be appropriate to allow the witness to give the thumbprints to authenticate these documents. Although it is clear in the transcript in relation to the display of the ERN numbers, and that should not be another special format other than what have already been well recorded in the transcript. And regarding the special feature of the mapping of this location, which needs to be well labeled so that it is convenient for both the court and the witness to pinpoint the exact location for the purpose of clarity. And I think it is appropriate to do so, and it is now an appropriate time to take an adjournment. Before the adjournment, the Chamber would like to express our thanks to Mr. Suo Thi for your time in giving your testimony here. However, the court has not yet finished hearing your testimony, and that we have just started to hear questions from the civil party lawyers of one group, and we still have 3 more groups of the civil party to put further questions to you before the defense counsel is allowed to put questions to you too. So please return to the courtroom by 1:30, and the court is now adjourned for lunch. The court officer is now instructed to coordinate to make sure that the witness can enjoy his lunch and break. The accused is now the security personnel are instructed to take the accused back to the detention facility. The graphier, all rise. The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. We continue hearing the testimony of this witness, and before we give the floor to the defense counsel to proceed from where we left off before the adjournment, we would like to announce the decision in relation to the application put before the court by the the civil party lawyer in relation to these documents, and that the documents are now considered put before the court. And in relation to another document, I would like Judge Civil Katrai to put some questions for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could the AV unit put the English version of D25/5/5 on screen, please? Thank you. Could the witness look at that list and then scroll down, please, to the second page? I have two questions to the witness. The first is, did you prepare that list?
Response. No, I didn't, Your Honor.
Are you able to tell the chamber what the words pause/suspend mean in the right-hand column alongside prisoner number 10?
The President, we note that the counsel for the witness is on his feet. Mr. Kong Som On, since the document is available only in English, I'm afraid the witness may not be able to shed any light on that document. So would the Khmer version of the document be put on the screen instead, Your Honor?
Ms. Studinsky, can you give me the number of the Khmer document, please?
Yes, I will do so. I'm sorry being late, but I heard 320. I give you now the ERN, that is 0018 8877.
The President, the AV unit is now instructed to put document with ERN 0018 8877 up on the screen, please.
That's not the correct number. It's 0018887.
យ៉ាងម៉េចមានទេមានឯកសារនេះទេ
The President, the AV unit, could you please advise the chamber whether you can access to that document or
ឯ
not?
កសារដែលមានលេខ
Please, document 00188877 through 00188878. Please put it on the screen.
Si vous voulez bien afficher ce document à l'écran.
Thank you. Could you scroll down to the next page, please? Yes, that page. In the far right column, alongside prisoner number 10, are you able to read the words written there?
Lettres qui sont apposées.
Response.
Réponse.
It was the document I wrote.
Il s'agit d'un document que j'ai écrit.
So you have written this document, and are you able to tell the chamber what the words in the far right column say against prisoner number 10?
Response. I could read that the word is postponed.
Thank you. What does that word mean then in relation to this prisoner?
Response. So far as I remember, although it is not clear, but the term postponed, I may guess that it was Ho who asked me to note down that term, the term postponed, which suggests that interrogation should be postponed.
Thank you. The AV unit can return the screen to normal, please. And Mr. President, this document, ERN 00188877 to 00188878 is put before the chamber.
President, next we would like to give the floor to the Defense Counsel to put the rest of his questions to the witness.
Mr. T, at present, When you think back of your work at S21, what do you think of the work that you did at S21 at the time? Suthi, I would like to say that the work that I did at S21 was under the order and instruction from the upper echelon. Whatever I was ordered, then I would need to perform it. If I did not do it, I would be punished. Thank you, say Kasabut. So, even at present, do you regret of your participation in taking the innocent people to be smashed? Response. At present, I am really regretful and pitiful for those people who were arrested and killed. The fact that I also worked in that office. Thank you, Mr. President. I do not have any further questions for this witness. The President. Now, the Chamber would like to give the opportunity to the accused to make observations regarding the testimony of this witness. You are granted an opportunity to make your observation if you choose to do so. The accused, Mr. President. First, I would like to make a minor observation which is useful for the sake of the investigation for the Chamber. The question by Tisrina asking about the name Ho and How, whether it referred to the same person, and I know this. Ho is the name of Comrade Ho, and his original name was Kum Wa. One day, he got a travel authorization from my superior, and Son Sen, instead of writing Ho, he wrote How on that travel authorization. Therefore, in order to honor the superior, then Comrade Ho maintains the word How. And actually, these two names referred to just one person. So this is to shed light for the Chamber to understand and to avoid any further confusion. Now I would like to give my observations regarding the testimony made by Comrade T or Suth T. T is actually a member, a staff of S21. I do not demand any other documents to prove that he's a member. I know him. I already told the co-investigating judges that this person was a member of the S21. Also in the organizational chart, the 2 pages, I also provided the name of this person, T, as administrating the list of prisoners at S21. I do not have that statement with me. So this is my clarification on the status of this witness. Secondly, I would like to make observations regarding his observation, and I would like just to fill in addition to the testimony made by Camera T. First, regarding the escaping prisoner. The escapee from prisoner, I knew the matter. It was the combatant of Division 170. At the time, Ho and I went out. It was not long after I became the chairman of S21. So we went to visit a comrade's house in order to inquire to get some dogs to rest at S21. The prisoner was from Division 170, and he ran back to his division. And at his division, he was arrested, and then they made a call to the general staff, and the general staff ordered S21 to bring him back. So this is a matter on the escaping prisoner. I actually told the co-investigating judges already regarding the escaping prisoner. Also regarding Joy, who was a former S21 staff who successfully escaped, I did not know that. And I was surprised when I heard this during the testimony of this witness. I also would like to add to this testimony that after the prisoner who escaped to his respective unit, I did not arrest anybody for this fault. Only later on, Ho noticed the irregular activity of Poch, who was linked to the network of another person, and then he reported to me, and I reported to my superior, and Son Sen allowed me to arrest Comrade Poch, and his name was in the common list of S21. Therefore, the operation of making the arrest of S21 staff, who was originally from 170 or from the city force, were made in my reports to the co-investigating judges as well as to the chamber continuously, so there is no need for me to add any further information. So these are my 2 points regarding my observations on the testimony. And now I would like to add my observations as a general observations regarding the testimony. His testimony reflects the truth, the foundation of the truth. There were several events that I did not know, and after hearing it, I believed it did happen through his daily work and operation. So that would complement and add to what I knew of what happened at S21, so that the chamber as well as the Cambodian people in the country would understand better by the addition of his testimony to the case. Secondly, I appreciate the spirit of Comrade T, who believed in the fair judgment of the chamber by speaking out the truth. His belief that ECCC is the only mechanism to seek out justice for the Cambodian people as a whole, as well as to find justice for the victims who died at S21. I really appreciate his spirit of honesty through the chamber. Of course, I understand the psychological impact on him and the feeling of fear that he had to suffer during the time. I believe that. Also, at the same time, I appreciate his testimony that he, in his role as a middle cadre within S21, although he did not work and contact me directly, as I also did not want many middle cadres to have any direct contact with me, as I was and I am the top criminal responsible for all the acts committed at S21, responsible for all the lives lost at S21. I am responsible emotionally and legally. So I do not want any middle cadres or any subordinates to suffer in my place. If anybody who are linked or complicated within the S21 network, please remove yourself away. Don't come to me, because S21 is a criminal mechanism. And I am committing myself firmly to be responsible solely before the law, also to be emotionally responsible for all the crimes that were committed. With my respect, Your Honor. The President, Mr. Suthi, the Chamber would like to thank you for providing your testimony and your patience during the proceedings. As you have faced several questions and that it has occupied 1.5 days, we have seen your effort and willingness to provide your true testimony through the accounts. And as reiterated by the observation of the accused to the truthfulness of your testimony, the Chamber really appreciates your time here. You can now return to your residence, and the court officer, please make necessary arrangement to have the witness returned safely to his residence by working in cooperation with the Visu unit. Another witness, KW15, which is on standby for today's hearing, please make necessary arrangement for him to return to his residence as well. And he shall be invited to the chamber again on Monday next week at 9 a.m. in order for him to provide his testimony to the chamber. The President, next, the Chamber will continue the proceeding. We will have the statements read out, the statements which were made by the witnesses. The first testimony to be read out is from the witness D28/7 in Khmer. The ERN is 00163696, and in English it's 00163704. In French, 00165078. The graphier Ke Se Kol Wuthi. You are instructed to read out the testimony of this witness, Mi Peng Kri. Office of the Co-Investigating Judges, Criminal Case File 002, Investigation number 001 1807-2007, written record of interview of witness. The year 2007, the month of November, the 29th day at 2:30 p.m. at Jray Thom Village, Sampaloon Sub-District, Koh Thom District, Kondal Province. I, Nguyen Im, an investigator of the Extraordinary Chambers, having been assigned by the erogatory letter of the co-investigating judges dated 21 November 2007, having seen the law on the establishment of the Extraordinary Chambers dated 27 October 2004, having seen Rules 24, 28, and 60 of the Internal Rules of the Extraordinary Chambers, have recorded the statements of Ms. Peng Kri, a witness, who provided the following information regarding his personal identity. Last name, Mir. First name, Peng Kri. Revolutionary name, Ms. Kri. Born in 1955. This person declared that he could read, write, and understand the Khmer language. The person also declares that he could not read and write any other languages. Therefore, the original of this written record is written in the Khmer language. We advise this person that the taking of this statement is being audio or video recorded. This person told us that he had no relationship with the charged persons and civil parties. This person also took an oath in accordance with the provisions of Rule 24 of the Internal Rules of the Extraordinary Chambers. We notified this person of the right against self-incrimination in accordance with the provisions of Rule 28 of the Internal Rules of the Extraordinary Chambers. Questions answered. Nguyen Im, question. First, can you please describe your personal history from the beginning? Response. I studied up to grade 11 at Wat Kampong Sambur. At the time of the coup, there were no more teachers, so I quit school and farmed until 1973. When I joined the District 18th Kothum Army, I had been a soldier in the District Army for nearly 1 year. When they sent me to the 12th Division of the Special Zone Army, which had Tanat and Tapan as the division chairman, I was a combatant then. Questioned. After 17 April 1975, where did you work? Response. After the attack and fall of Phnom Penh, I went to Takk Mau for about 3 or 4 months. After that, they selected me to study driving the 703rd Division's vehicles in Phnom Penh in the vicinity of Wat Koh. Question. How many months did you study driving? Response. 2 to 3 months, because the studies were not regular. There were 12 of us studying. At first, I studied driving small vehicles, and when I had learned that, they had me study driving large vehicles. Question. Did you study engine repair? Response. No, I just knew how to patch tires and do little things. Question. After you studied, where did they send you? Response. After I learned how to drive, they sent me to drive for the General Staff at the former Lunol General Staff. My work driving then was driving to gather up and transport the documents that remained from the Lunol regime and take them to be disposed of. Question. What year did you join S21? Response. It was approximately 1976 when they selected me to go to Tul's Lane. I was still a driver. Question. Who assigned you to S21? Response. A unit of the General Staff assigned me to go to S21. When I went to work with Hum Hoi, he was a team chairman. Question. What did you transport when you drove at S21? Respond. While I was there, I drove and transported mixed cargo, prisoners, wood to make buildings, and vegetables. I only drove few prisoners, not many. Question. Did you drive prisoners in or out? Response. Once I drove 2 prisoners from the independent monument to Tulslang, and I drove 1 prisoner from Battambang to Tulslang. I only drove prisoners in 2 times. I was with Hum Hui at that time. All those prisoners had already been arrested. I only transported them to Tulslang. Question. What was the condition of the prisoners you transported? Response. Their arms were tied behind their backs and they were blindfolded. Question. When you went to get the prisoners, were there written orders to go? Response. I did not know, I just knew about the driving. Question. When you arrived with the prisoners, did you drive them straight inside Tulslang? Response. I drove them to the entrance and the guards took the prisoners inside the prison. Question. Did you ever drive prisoners out of Tulslang? Response. I drove prisoners out once or twice as well. I drove them to Bang Cheung Ait. When I drove them, it was at night. Question. What vehicle did you use then to transport the prisoners? Response. I used a Land Rover. That vehicle had a covered cabin. The prisoners I transported out were from 4 to 6 in number. Question. When you transported prisoners out, what condition were they in? Response. All the prisoners were blindfolded and they had their arms tied behind their backs. Upon arrival at Cheung Ait, they had a team of their own there, waiting to receive those prisoners. After they dragged the prisoners down from the vehicle and put them in a wooden house there, I returned. Question. Did you wait until they had killed the prisoners before you returned? Response. No. When all the prisoners were unloaded from the vehicle, we, the guard who came with the vehicle, and I returned to Tulslang. Question. Did you know the team chairman at Cheung Ait? Response. I never knew him. In that era, we worked separately. Even when we ate separately. Question. Aside from prisoners, what else did you transport? Response. 2 or 3 times I transported wood to build houses at Cheung Ait. That was before the prisoners were taken to be killed there. Question. When you transported prisoners out, what instructions did they give you? Response. They never gave any instructions. They just told me, transport the prisoners to Bang Cheung Ait and be vigilant, comrade. Question. Did you ever drive Dutch anywhere? Response. No. Question. Did you ever meet Dutch? Response. I met him when Dutch called us to studies or to meetings south of his house. Question. When you threw prisoners to Cheung Ait, did you ever hear the prisoners scream or cry? Response. I never heard anything. The prisoners were all emaciated, and on the other hand, there was a guard who rode along in the vehicle with the prisoners. Question. Did you do anything else other than transport? Response. I grew vegetables and raised pigs near the Sura ditch. Question. When did they send you to Preso? Response. Later on, probably during 1977. I overturned a vehicle. They sent me to stay with Tahui at Preso. Question. What did they have you do at Preso? Response. They had me make paddy dyes, dig canals, transplant the rice. After I had been there a long time, they trusted me and they had me drive a GMC vehicle. Question. Was working the rice field at Preso easy? Response. Working the rice fields there was done according to very strict plans. They had me get up at 4 and work until 11 before eating a little lunch, and then work on until 6 in the afternoon. We ate at 7 in the evening. Working the rice fields was done following a set plan, so we had to keep up with the plan. At times, I did additional work at night. Question: how was the food? Response: they provided 2 meals at Preso, one at noon and one in the evening, but it was insufficient because I did a lot of labor. Question: as far as you knew, were there many sick people at Preso? Response: there were, but they had medics to provide treatment. Question: did Dutch ever go to Preso? Response: I never saw him. There were just Nun Hui at the rice fields. He was in charge there. Question: how long were you at Preso? Response: I was there until Phnom Penh fell in 1979. Question: do you have anything you'd like to add? Response: no. If the ECCC has the need to question you again, please cooperate. This task was completed at 4 p.m. on the same date. One copy of the written statement was provided to this witness. After it was read aloud, the witness had no objections and agreed to sign or impress thumbprint.
Ayant lu à l'intention du témoin qui n'a pas d'opposition et qui a accepté d'appliquer l'empreinte digitale.
The President, please finish the last bits of the statement, the name and the signature. Witness: Ms. Peng Kri, investigator Nguyen Im, said the graphier. The accused, says the President, regarding the testimony of the witness Ms. Peng Kri as read out by the graphier Sai Kolvati, do you have any observation to make regarding this statement? I notice the presence of the Defense Counsel. You may proceed. Kasabut, Mr. President, with your leave, would you allow the graphier to read the declaration made by Ms. Peng Kri at the reenactment at Tul Slaing? And after that, I would like the accused to make his observation. The President, the graphier, do you have that statement? Which document are you referring to, Defense Counsel? Can you provide the EN number of the document? Kasabut, it's D48/1. The President, can you check the document D48/1? The President, the graphier, can you read the document on screen or you need to have it printed out? The President, the graphier, you may start to read that statement. Office of the Co-Investigating Judges, Criminal Case File Number 002 1408 2006, Investigation Number 001 1807 2007, Report of Reconstruction. In the year 2008, 26 February at 8 a.m. Noting the investigation opened against Kang Il alias Dutch, charged with crimes against humanity and grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions of 12 August 1949, crimes defined and punishable under Rules 5, 6, 29 new, and 39 new of the Law on the Establishment of the Extraordinary Chambers, dated 27 October 2004. Noting Rules 55.8 of the Internal Rules of the Extraordinary Chambers, noting the Ordonnance de Transport, dated 21 February 2008, we, Yu Bun Leng and Marcel Lemong, co-investigating judges of the Extraordinary Chambers in the Courts of Cambodia, assisted by Mr. Hom Hel and Mr. Lee Chantola, the greffiers, and by Mr. Tan Hing Davan and Mr. Uchanora, who are sworn interpreters of the Extraordinary Chambers, made an on-site visit to the Chiang Ai Memorial, 15 kilometers to the southwest of Phnom Penh in Kandal province. At Chiang Ai, we were joined by Ms. Chia Liang and Mr. Robert Petit, co-prosecutors of the Extraordinary Chambers, Kang Il alias Dutch, assisted by his lawyers, Mr. Kasavut and Mr. Francois Roux, witnesses, Ms. Peng Kri, Hum Hui, Chun Paul, and Tai Toi Teng. Expert Zoran Lessig, designated by means of the Ordonnance dated 12 February 2008, was also in attendance for the purpose of his report.
The President, what's wrong with you? Could you please proceed further? The President, please hold on.
ឥឡូវនេះអង្គជំរះសូមជម្រាបដល់ភាគីហើយនឹង
The President, the Chamber would like to inform the parties to the proceedings and the public that the document which was being read out by our greffier is related to the other witnesses to testify, or the witnesses that are protected before they are testifying before the chamber. Therefore, the document as requested by the defense counsel to be read out by the greffier of the chamber will have to be stopped now, because as scheduled, the chamber has been planned to only read the testimony of 3 witnesses, and in relation to the ground of the protective measures and the concealment of the identities of the yet to be testifying witnesses, and that their names have not been distorted or deducted, the chamber would like to postpone the reading of the testimony of this witness now. The reading of the testimonies of other witnesses will be scheduled to a later date. So today the chamber will take the adjournment by now, and the session will be resumed on the 3rd of August 2009 from 9 a.m. The security personnel are now instructed to take the accused to the detention facility and called him to the courtroom by 9 a.m. on the 3rd of August 2009. The court is adjourned. All rise.